Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we have something special going on today. We actually have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor, and he is right up here in the front. His name's Robert Lewis, and that slideshow we had up on the screen, that was just some examples of his work before we got started in the hot shop, which we are going to be working on some pretty experimental pieces to start off with. Robert was showing me earlier some drawings on the floor here. We're going to be bringing two bubbles of glass together and then kind of stretching and moving them around in experimental ways to see how that affects the glass and the bubble inside. And yeah, again, this is kind of experimental. We'll have multiple projects going on throughout the day, not just this one. And again, you can always reference these drawings on the floor. The way it was described is almost kind of like bike chain links, that sort of shape for the end product. And this is to play around with the topic or idea of aerodynamics. Yeah, Robert Lewis is inspired by natural phenomena, so he tries to bring this into his work. Oh, and I wanted to point out, when you walked into the hot shop, the case that we have on display, right as you're coming in through the entrance, we have one of his pieces on display right now. So if you wanted to see one of his finished works, you can always just take a peek on your way out. So when we have a visiting artist in the hot shop, what we usually do is we'll just have that singular artist. Maybe they might bring in an assistant or two, and then we have our resident hot shop team. So most of the people you see on the floor are actually working for the museum. And speaking of things on the floor, I will point out a few different pieces of equipment that we're working with in here, give you an idea of the temperatures that we're working with, assuming some of you haven't been in a hot shop before. So I noticed some of you pointing out that this furnace with its face open was really hot, hitting you in the face as you're sitting in that front row. So this is sitting at 2,100 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is pretty warm. That's why you can feel the heat from that far away. It's all running off of natural gas. And kind of a similar piece of equipment in a way is the glass furnace. Those are the tanks with the closed doors, also running off of natural gas around the same temperature, but these tanks, they hold the clear molten glass inside of them. So it's just basically like a really hot jar of honey. We're gathering from it by sticking our pipe in there and just twisting it around. So we have a view of the left bench up on the screen, where Sir's working with some colored glass on the end of the pipe. And not too long ago, you saw we dropped some molten glass onto the end of that pipe. Right now, we're just using this metal table called the marver to push that colored glass back. And we've been using this box since you guys first came in and even a little bit before, but this is called the garage. This silver box sits at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And what we've done is we've preheated some pieces of colored glass in there to pick up on the end of our pipes and start working with and heating that glass up. This is what the colored glass looks like to start off with. It's called color bar. And you can see it's solid color all the way through. It's just colored glass. We get it shipped in. We don't make it ourselves. And we melt it down and usually layer it within the walls of a piece. So we have 2 layers of color on the end of this pipe. We let those layers cool down a little bit before gathering a layer of clear. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before, but we have these wooden ladders laid out in the front. This is not something we see super often, but it looks like we might be stretching this glass out that we're working with right now into these long sticks of colored glass called cane, which luckily we have some examples right here. So just creating a rod of colored glass, which we can use for striping if we just lay them out, or we can actually look at the cross section of these. Sometimes we'll have multiple layers of color inside, and we can use them for patterning in a different way by using the cross section. And now we're getting started on another pipe. This one is a blowpipe, which is different. What we've been using so far is just a solid rod of stainless steel. But this one is like a straw. It's hollow all the way through. So this is what we actually blow glass on. So there are so many different tools that we use to shape the glass. For example, we did use one tool briefly over on the left bench. You can see that Sarah has that solid glass still, but now this glass has kind of a ball on the end. So she sectioned the glass off using the jacks, which are those two metal blades that are sitting at the bench. So we can use those, we can squeeze lines into the piece. We use a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, like you see here, to smooth and round the glass out. Oh, and look here, we're stretching that colored glass out that we were working with not too long ago. We want to rest these across the wooden ladder just to prevent it from touching the cold concrete, which can cause thermal shocking. So this glass is pretty thick, so instead of laying it across the wooden ladders, we're putting it inside of the garage to keep it at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is just warm enough to not break the glass. If it were any colder, like for example that piece that we broke off on the floor over there, that's going to start shattering, breaking apart pretty quickly in a matter of maybe a couple of minutes to a couple of hours. And with this bubble at the center bench, we've done a couple of important things already. So we've stretched it out quite a bit just using gravity. And we've also created a jack line, which was when we took those two blades and we squeezed in right off the end of the pipe, just creating a weak point or a breaking point, basically. So we've been keeping that glass just warm enough to not break, but it's still completely solid right now. And then we're gathering some clear glass over top of it. Oh, and interestingly enough, anything that goes into this bucket, like we just dripped some glass off in there, is eventually going to be reused. We can just crush it up and throw it back into the furnace to melt it down. It's all just clear glass in that bucket. And you'll notice that all prototypes and experimental pieces, we usually work with clear glass first right off the bat. So if we're not happy with something or if it breaks, we can just completely reuse all of the glass that we put towards that piece. And welcome into the Hot Shop YouTube. I'll just give a quick little overview and talk about the project that we're going to be seeing. So we have a visiting artist today. His name is Robert Lewis, and he's the one sitting and working at the center bench right here. He's visiting for the full week. So this is the first day of his residency, which will go all the way through Sunday. And the pieces that we're going to see today are pretty experimental. This is the start to it right here at the center bench. So far we have a blown tube of clear glass, and it looks like we may be adding some more glass to it pretty soon, which we have kind of sitting off to the side for the moment. And these drawings on the floor are kind of what we're aiming for. It was described as maybe a bike chain link. So two hollow sections that are connected by a more solid section of glass. Pretty experimental, so we are working with clear glass so far, so we don't use up any color. Colored glass is really expensive. Now, Robert Lewis is inspired by natural phenomena, so he will bring all these different ideas into his pieces. These ones specifically are relating more to aerodynamics. Oh yeah, and that piece that you saw as you walked into the hot shop, that's an example of one of his works that he's made in the past. So just in case you guys haven't been in a hot shop before, I'm going to give you an idea of some of the temperatures that we're working with in here. So we always want to keep the glass at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we risk thermal shock, which is when the glass gets a little bit too cold too quickly or too hot too quickly. So this glass, wherever it's not moving very much, should be just about that temperature. Meanwhile, we have been heating up and working with the glass using this smaller handheld torch. And this is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. So coldest, we keep the glass 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Hottest item is at 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that one's running off of propane and oxygen. Yeah, the sides are definitely a safe bet for warmth. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'll give you all an introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on. So we are going to see a couple of different things happening in the hot shop at the same time. We're doing a little bit of prep work for a project we'll see later on right here. This is some colored glass in the center of clear glass that we've stretched out and we'll cut into sections. So this will be used for patterning later on. This is completely solid glass through and through. And we do have a visiting artist today, Robert Lewis. He's the one in the back, the hat, and he's holding up his phone recording at the moment as we work on this piece of glass. And he's visiting for a full week residency, so he'll be here all the way through Sunday. And again, we're going to see multiple pieces, some of which are pretty experimental. But all of his work kind of plays with and is inspired by natural phenomena. So the specific natural phenomena that we're going to be looking at for some of these pieces is aerodynamics today. So the way that wind or air would flow over the object. So we have our visiting artist. We have a bunch of other people on the floor who are part of our resident hot shop team. They work here at the museum full time. And I do want to talk about the hot shop itself a little bit so you know what the temperatures are in here. So first of all, this piece of equipment in the back, that tank with the open door at the moment that we're going inside of, this is where we're getting all of our molten glass. It's a large crucible just filled with 2100 degree Fahrenheit glass. So the way we pick it up, stick a heated pipe in there, twist it, and we end up with a ball on the end of our pipe. And then to reheat the glass, to continue to work with the glass, make it malleable again, we have these open face furnaces at each bench, and these run up to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, just the ones that are at every bench with the open face. Yeah, so we stick the glass in there to either just keep it warm or to make it malleable. I don't think he's been here in a while. Chihuly. Yeah, he hasn't been here in a while. He has his own studio in Seattle called Chihuly's Boathouse. So he will more often be over there. This one, we haven't used it quite yet, but we use it to heat up just a section of glass at a time instead of sticking the entire thing inside of that reheating chamber. Get into glassblowing? How local are you guys? I'm curious. Okay. So for youth, I would say it's actually maybe a little bit more accessible because there's a free program called Hilltop Artists here in Tacoma that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And there's a variety of things that Hilltop Artists does. They have after-school clubs, they have summer programs, and it's all very accessible. It's completely free for the students. We have a middle school and a high school that have a hot shop in the back of them. And I have asked before, and you don't have to go to those schools to be able to participate in the programs. You just have to physically make it to the program. And as for people who are not in middle school and high school, it's a little bit harder. There are some places where you can pay to take classes, or sometimes you can kind of get taken under someone's wing and they'll teach you the ropes, and maybe you'll do some grunt work and work your way up. Yeah, there's the Pilchuck Glass School, which is 2 hours north of us. There's the Pratt Fine Arts Center, which is in Seattle. They have a hot shop and a flame working studio. Yeah, lots of different ways to get into it. So with this bubble at the center bench, we have blown the glass out a little bit. We've started stretching it using gravity, just heating the glass, hanging it towards the floor. And we are going to continue to work with this until it's turned into almost a tube of blown glass. Yeah, everyone on the floor is really talented. They all have between about 20 and 30 years of experience working with glass. And I've seen some of them are really quick. They make like a full little horse in 30 seconds, for example. That's something that's, people like to challenge themselves to pull a pony out of glass. So it's pretty satisfying. They'll use leftover bits of color to do it too sometimes. Yeah. So this one's the experimental one at the center bench right here. So it's hard to describe, but um, there's some kind of vague drawings on the floor here. Basically these two bubbles that'll be connected and almost kind of stretched away from each other. So it ends up creating thinner spots and thicker spots and maybe messing with the bubble in an interesting way. They just want to see what happens to the glass when they do it. Yeah, it's playing around with aerodynamics, and Robert was comparing this to maybe seeing the body of a plane and the way that the body and the wings of the plane flow seamlessly together. So it's kind of an example he gave me. When it comes to visiting artists being here, they do a variety of things with their pieces. Some of them will put their artwork in shows. Some of it is experimental and they're not necessarily doing anything with it. Some of it maybe is a commission. So it depends on who's coming in here. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So I just want to introduce what we have going on real quick. This is a pretty experimental piece that is designed and brought forward by our visiting artist, Robert Lewis. And Robert is the one with the hat at the center bench here. We are working on kind of what's drawn on the floor here. We're basically trying to connect these different blown tubes of glass together and pull them apart and just kind of see how that affects the bubbles, how it stretches them out, and just playing with the idea of aerodynamics. And we also have been doing a little bit of prep work over on the left bench, just preparing for a future project, working with some colored glass over there. For experimental work, we usually just work with clear. Yeah, it looks like we've heated up one of our bubbles enough to connect the second one. And once we have the two connected, we'll be able to break one of the pipes away, leaving us with all of the glass assembled. So we're preparing this glass right now to be stretched out. We heat it a few times over. We roll it on the marver, which the marver is this metal table, kind of pulls heat out of the glass when we roll it across the table, which can help even heat out by basically creating more of a solid crust on the surface of the glass. And we are dipping the end of the glass into a bucket of water. And this is where we're going to be grabbing on and pulling and stretching the glass out. So we really don't want this section to stretch at all. Therefore, we're super cooling it. And yeah, now to stretch it out, Sarah grabs onto the end with the diamond shears and starts to pull away from the pipe. Yeah, so welcome into the hot shop. We have a visiting artist today, Robert Lewis, and he is the one right here at the center bench with the hat or cap on his head. And we're seeing him work on a couple of different things at the same time across our hot shop floor, using the support of our resident hot shop team, the guys that work here full time. And we are seeing some experimental work at the center bench. We've been working with clear glass, kind of connecting these blown structures and then pulling them apart again to see how that affects the glass. And right here in the front, we've been doing some prep work with some colored glass, which we're setting aside to keep warm temporarily. And the piece that you saw when we came in through the hot shop doors is actually an example of one of his finished works, which is pretty cool. I don't think we usually get to have finished works on display for us to see. And actually, I should have a little bit more to show off as well. If we could have his slideshow up on the screen, please. Thank you. So this slideshow is just going to show off maybe a couple more works of our visiting artist, give you an idea of what he's made. So the center bench here, we are working with only clear glass at the moment. When we get a fresh layer of glass, we sit down and we use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool that you see us using now, usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to prevent it from burning. We're just smoothing that glass out. And for those who just joined in, we're going to be working on a couple of different projects. I want to point out that we have visiting artist Robert Lewis in here, and he's the one sitting and working at the center bench at the moment. And we have a variety of things that we'll see, one of which is experimental. That's what he's working on now. We'll make these bubbles of clear glass that are essentially like tubes, and we'll attach them to each other and stretch them out, kind of see how that affects the glass and the bubble within. And then over on the left, a little bit separate, we're working with some colored glass, stretching it out, and just doing a little bit of prep work for another project just a little bit down the line. And Robert Lewis, he's going to be here all the way through Sunday for a full week residency. So we'll see many different works of his over the next 4 days. So this is kind of satisfying and interesting to point out. Sarah was working with colored glass to begin with, gathered a layer of clear glass over top of it, and then stripped most of that clear glass off. So we just want a really thin layer of clear over top of the color, basically to protect the color from it touching any other colored glass or from being on the surface of the piece sometimes. And we now have two relatively large clear glass bubbles. We're working with one over on the left bench, and then we've been working with one at the center bench right here. Yes, so all of the places that we're reheating the glass, the chambers with the open faces right here, for example, those ones are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and they're not significantly different from each other. That one's smaller over on the left bench, so I guess that's one difference. But we just need multiple places to work with the glass, so we have two of them on today. And then the one with the closed door, that's where we're actually getting our molten glass to begin with. So that one is actually physically holding material inside of it, unlike the other ones. And that's sitting at almost exactly 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're just preparing the bubbles to bring them together eventually. This one's already basically ready, so we're just kind of letting it sit aside and stay warm at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the one at the bench, we've taken the end of it and basically we're just creating a handle. That knob is going to act as a handle, so we'll be able to grab onto it and push it into the position we want later on. This pad right here is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, and we can use this to basically just straighten out the sides of the bubble a little bit more. And now to get ready to attach these together, we start heating up a section of the bubble using this really hot handheld torch, which this gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, making it the hottest item in the hot shop. It's running off of propane and oxygen. So we make sure we're heating up the same spot. Still getting the second bubble ready. We'll eventually bring that over and connect it right to that molten spot we're creating. And could we get a view of the center bench as they're doing this, please? Thank you. So we have a view of the center bench on the screen now for those who are sitting a little bit further away. Hey, welcome to those who just joined in. We have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today. His name is Robert Lewis, and he's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench at this moment. And we have a few other people on the hot shop floor. They're part of our resident hot shop team who work here full time to help out visiting artists and also to work on various projects that the museum has. This is a pretty experimental piece right here, something that our visiting artist has been wanting to try out. We have two clear glass bubbles that have been lengthened into tubes. We're heating up two sides of these bubbles and we'll connect them together and then pull them apart again, which is going to stretch the bubble and the glass in an interesting way. So kind of see what the material does. And once we have the two connected in the way we want, we break one of the pipes away using some water and a tap of the pipe. And if we could have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please. I want to show off some of our visiting artists' work while we have a little bit of time here. So that first image we briefly saw is actually the piece that's inside of the entrance to the hot shop. If you guys want to look at some of his work up close and in person, we have that here on display. Yeah, Robert Louis is inspired by natural phenomena, so he's bringing these into his pieces of glass. This piece that we're seeing here, these more experimental ones, these are kind of playing with aerodynamics. And we are going to have a variety of projects going on throughout this residency. This residency runs all the way through Sunday. And for example, we're going to be working with color a little bit later on down the line. So we're doing some prep work over on the left bench where we're taking colored glass and we're stretching it into these short rods of color that have 2 layers of color and then clear. And luckily, you'll see that happen pretty soon. It looks like they're getting ready to stretch the next one out over on the left bench. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We have visiting artist Robert Louis in the hot shop today, and he's the one who is working with that handheld torch at the center bench right here. And we're going to see a variety of works of his. His work is inspired by natural phenomena. So this experimental piece you see at the center bench here is inspired more so by aerodynamics. And he was specifically bringing up some examples earlier, which were like the way the body and the wings of a plane are connected. It's a very smooth, flush connection. So he has a couple of clear bubbles that he lengthened into these tubes and connected hot and stretched away from each other, kind of see what that does to the bubble and what it does to the glass. And then we do have something going on over on the left bench, which I think we're going to see them work with this glass further pretty soon, stretching this glass out. This is just some prep work for a project coming up pretty soon. And we're stretching that glass now over on the left bench. So all of the pipes that we're working with and all of the hand tools like the jacks and all the blades and stuff, those are all made out of stainless steel. And surprisingly, apparently, stainless steel is a poor conductor of heat, so the heat will only travel maybe this far down the pipe or so. And so we just avoid touching basically that darkened area of the pipe, and everything else is okay. We do have pipe coolers too, so if we're working with larger amounts of glass, the pipe does tend to get hotter. So we have a trough of water that we set the pipe into. Now with our piece at the center bench, we were just heating up and cutting into that glass bubble, creating a weak point to break the piece off from. And when we finish this piece, it's going to go inside of that black box over on the far left wall. And this is the annealer, one of our mini annealers. It's going to hold the glass at a warm temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and then eventually really slowly cool it down overnight, and that prevents thermal shock. If we were to finish any piece in the hot shop and just break it off the pipe, leave it out at room temperature, it would start to break in a few seconds, a few minutes, or maybe an hour or so. Usually pretty quickly, it'll break apart. And to fully break it off, we apply some water into that breaking point, tap the pipe, and just like that, our piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for all the effort they've been putting in so far. Hey, come on, you could do better than that. Thanks. So yeah, this is maybe the second piece or so that we've put away so far today. Again, just pretty experimental with clear glass only, but eventually, once the design is refined, maybe we'll see some color later on. Also, if you guys have questions, it doesn't have to be related to what we're seeing on the floor either. It could just be like, hey, how did they get this color on this piece in the gallery? Or there's this piece of glass I have at home. Where did it come from? I don't know. Anything is fine. Should be able to answer a lot of your questions. Yeah, it's called an annealer. It's the annealer. Yeah. And you can actually see the spelling on the screen. Luckily, the closed captioning does a pretty good job. So for those who joined in more recently, welcome into the Hot Shop. On the screen, you're seeing a slideshow of our visiting artists' previously made work, including this piece here, which you'll see walking into the entrance of the Hot Shop. And this is all visiting artist Robert Lewis's work. He's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench for the most part. He has the cap on his head, close to the center of the Hot Shop right now. And we're going to see him work on a few different things today. So far, we've been working experimentally with some clear glass, trying to make structures like these on the floor, which are basically these two tubes of clear glass that are connected and then pulled apart from each other to kind of see what that does, how it stretches the glass out, how it stretches the bubble out. And then over on the left bench, we've been doing a lot of prep work so far with some colored glass. I assume preparing for a project either later today or maybe tomorrow. This residency is going to last all the way through Sunday, so we have 5 full days to work on these different pieces of glass. Yeah, Robert Lewis is inspired by natural phenomena, so he'll bring this into his glass work. This project that's more experimental is specifically bringing in aerodynamics. So it looks like we're getting started again over on the left bench. If we could have a view of the left bench, please. So for those who haven't seen it yet, because I know we were kind of middle late process when you guys joined in, but that tank with the closed door there that we just went inside of, oh, and now we have a view of the left bench on the screen. That tank with the closed door is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. It sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and inside of a large ceramic crucible in the base of it, we just have clear molten glass, just pure soda lime glass. So we picked up a little bit of that on the end of our pipe, and this is pretty much how large all of our projects start. It's just a single gather of clear, and we have to build up layer upon layer if we want to make a bigger piece from that. Oh yeah, and for those who just joined in, we have a visiting artist, Robert Lewis, and I think that they were just doing like a little deliberation. This is the first day of the residency, so they're still figuring things out, experimenting. Robert Lewis is the one in the cap close to the front of the hot shop here. So we take that bit of clear glass, bring it over to the garage, which is a silver box right here. This sits at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, which, believe it or not, is not super hot for glass. Glass is still solid at that temperature. So we're picking up a piece of probably colored glass on the end of our pipe. And then we bring this to one of our reheating chambers to heat it up further. And these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Those tanks or furnaces with the open faces. And we have 2 of them on at the moment just so that we can work at 2 benches at the same time. We frequently will have multiple projects at the same time or multiple components that will come together. And is there a way to catch the closed captioning out? Also, for those who have been around a little bit longer, you remember those pieces of colored glass we were stretching out over on the left bench? This is one small section of that glass that we stretched out. So it's one solid color on the inside and then a transparent color of some kind, or maybe a reactive color wrapped around it. And then finally a layer of clear glass on the very outside. We usually don't want colored glass on the surface of anything, whether it's a finished piece or even like this beginning of the finished piece. Oh yeah, the reason we want clear on the outside is interesting. So sometimes colors will react with each other, or they'll react with the flame, and it'll pull like metals to the surface of the glass. You'll end up with kind of this metallic sheen, or the colors, when they react together, will create things that you don't want. Like if you have red and white right next to each other or on top of each other, they're going to turn like an amberish brown. It's really interesting. And then also, we don't want color on the surface of a finished piece, like this, for example, because when we break the pipe away off of that finished piece, it will chip a little bit of color off of the surface. So yeah, a couple of reasons. So we took that color, we gathered clear glass over top of it again. And this is all just still completely solid all the way through, by the way, and I think that it's going to remain that way for this one piece of glass on the end of the pipe. So that glass that we've been working with over on the left bench, we started with that little rod of color, we gathered clear over it, we're gathering again, and eventually all of this glass together is going to be pulled, stretched out into a thinner rod of color again. So they said that they're going to turn it into cane this time. Cane are these small sticks of colored glass. We can lay them out side by side on a tray and then heat them up, and we will either roll a glass bubble over top of them, picking them up all on the outside, or we can roll them up onto the end of a pipe and basically create a cylinder of those sticks wrapping around the end of the pipe. So we'll see how they use that. And we are also going to see a second thing happening at the center bench. We're going to see them make a color cup, which is kind of a self-explanatory name. It's a cup of colored glass. And luckily I have an example right here. Make it out of any color. We use them by stuffing more glass inside of it to pick it up. So over at the left bench, Trent is heating up this glass. He's rolling it on the marver being that metal table. Whenever the glass touches the table, it's sucking heat out of it, and it's creating basically this hard shell. So we're trying to evenly heat this so that it will evenly stretch out when we go ahead and attach a second pipe to the other end. Meanwhile, at the center bench here, we're soon going to see the process of getting color on a blown piece to begin with, which is something we haven't seen yet today. So kind of exciting to explain this process. So we have a small clear bubble of glass which will hold up towards the ceiling. We have a solid piece of colored glass on our second pipe. We're completely melting that down. We'll bring it over and we will quite literally drop it onto the end of that bubble. Hence the name color drop. So it's called a color drop. So our color has been melted. We're dropping that down and we'll cut that off. And then we have to go through the process of pushing and rolling all that color back until it covers up the clear bubble. And that creates a smooth, even layer of color within the piece. And this will probably be one of the most satisfying things you'll see when it comes to glass blowing. We'll attach this glass to a second pipe. And then we will quite literally just walk with the two pipes. We'll stretch this glass out until it's the thickness we want. So now we have this long rod of stretched out glass, which again has a small layer of color on the inside of it and a mostly clear glass on the outside. And we will eventually break this into smaller sections, usually pencil length, pencil width, and that will be perfect to roll up and use later on. So they have, actually this right here. They widen it to the length that they want this way, and then they'll set the glass rod here and then just kind of whack it. Yeah, exactly. These are pretty small pieces of glass, so we don't need to anneal it, and it's a little bit easier to break it. Annealing, if you haven't seen it yet, annealing is the slow cooling of glass. This is allowed to cool at room temperature because it's thin enough. And with our bubble of glass at the center bench, looks like we have our color completely covering up that clear glass. We're letting it sit and cool down for a moment, and then we'll start gathering up layers of clear glass over top of the color. And the clear glass is basically just adding mass, giving us more material to work with. But again, we usually don't want color on the surface of the piece. And welcome to those who have joined in, whether it's a few minutes ago or just now, welcome. We have a visiting artist down on our hot shop floor today, Robert Lewis. He's the one standing and working at the center bench right here at this moment. And everyone else on the floor is part of our resident hot shop team. So they help out at the museum. They work with visiting artists. Everyone on the floor is very experienced. Those that work here full time have between 20 and 30 years of experience working with glass. And Robert Lewis is inspired by natural phenomena. And we luckily actually have one of his pieces physically on display for you guys to see. That piece, as you come into the hot shop, is one of the ones that he's made in the past. And he spent quite a bit of time out here in the greater Seattle area, Pacific Northwest area, working with glass for many years. And we're going to see a variety of projects throughout this entire residency. This is just the first day. It'll go all the way through Sunday. We've already seen some experimental pieces, which we drew out on the floor earlier. Now this bubble of glass that we're working with at the center bench is eventually going to turn into a color cup, which is very self-explanatory. It's just a cup of colored glass, or a cup made out of colored glass. And what we do to use these, we'll place them upright in a ring, and then we'll stuff more glass inside of it on the end of a pipe to basically pick it up. So our visiting artist was just creating a drawing, kind of inspiration on the floor again. That's where all these have come from. All this is part of the experimental part of the process, which we have only just started working on these pieces this morning at about 10 a.m. Now, he was just talking about how he wants to highlight and work more on the transitional spaces. And he was bringing up some examples like where the boat is attached to the bow. So kind of that transitional, almost fluid connection. And yeah, again, we're seeing this take place by bringing together some bubbles of glass and pulling them apart. So we see that transitional space where they're physically connected and then pulled away from each other again. And I know there's a lot physically going on the floor right now. But again, this bubble that we've been working with at the center bench should be turning into a cup of colored glass, which, again, this example here is just the shape that we're going for. And then we also have some glass that we're working with over on the left bench, which will be pulled out into these long rods of colored glass, like you see on the wooden ladder here. So we're going to continue to work on that as well. Oh, also, this is a different way of coloring the glass that I haven't been able to talk about yet today. So we already layered on a solid piece of colored glass, which is within the walls of that bubble already. Then we gathered on some clear glass, and now we're rolling it in this tray of frit, F-R-I-T. These are shards of colored glass that will stick to the outside, and usually it forms kind of a speckled layer of color rather than that really smooth, even layer of color. So this can be used for texture or pattern, and we have a whole bunch of these frits up in the front inside of these bags and boxes. And this is just a pipe cooler that we're using over on the right side of the hot shop, a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And we do have one of these on either side of the hot shop. Again, when we work with larger amounts of glass, the pipe does tend to get a little bit hotter, so we'll use the pipe cooler. And then we have better leverage. We can grab the pipe a lot closer to the glass. And we're really picking up a lot of frit on this glass bubble at the center bench here. All right, so actually, there's been a little change of plans. So earlier I was telling you we were going to make a color cup, right? So I don't believe we're doing that at all anymore. Instead, we're going to be bringing two bubbles of glass together and then pulling them apart from each other, like we already have been doing. But it'll be much like this drawing right here in the front, where we have a larger bubble, a smaller bubble that will connect, will pull apart from each other, and then that cross section will almost look like where the bow is connected to the ship, like that example I brought up earlier. And yeah, we have one bubble that we've been working with here at the center bench, and we have one bubble over on the left bench that we have been starting and working on at the same time. So for anyone that's joined in more recently, just to share some information about the hot shop in general, like we're heating up the glass inside of these open face furnaces, these reheating furnaces. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the hottest we usually get the glass. At that point, it's molten to the texture of honey. And if it were any more molten than that, then it would be uncontrollable. So usually that's kind of the max we get the glass to. And the lowest temperature we let the glass get to is about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it drops too far below that, then it starts to crack and break from thermal shock. And then we do have this fluffy torch here. We'll use that eventually to spot heat or just heat up one specific area instead of heating up the entire thing overall. But that runs around the same temperature as what we're using to reheat the glass. So again, this piece of glass at the center bench right here is hollow already. The walls of it are pretty thick, but it is still hollow. It's a blown bubble. This, meanwhile, is completely solid and will stay solid. We're just going to start doing some shaping now in preparation for stretching it out into that long rod of cane. Yeah, there is one more piece of equipment that's important to point out, and that is the glass furnace, the tanks with the closed doors. We have one on either side, right here behind our camera person. Over on the left, we have one as well. They sit at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. They have a ceramic crucible in the base of them, and they're just filled with clear molten glass. So we pick it up a lot like honey, honestly. All right, and it looks like we are ready to start stretching this cane out. So we attach this to a second pipe. And once that's stretched to its full length, we break it off of the pipes and just let it cool down on these wooden ladders. As long as it's not touching that cold concrete floor, it'll stay in just one nice long piece. If it touches anything cold, it'll start to crack. And at the center bench here, we have done many things to this bubble already. So again, we stretched it out into that long, basically tube of blown glass. We sectioned the glass off. That divot you see right near the end of the pipe, that's a purposeful weak point we create so we can break the piece off easily. And we have also bent it into more of a curved shape. And we're still preparing that bubble over on the left bench, which we'll eventually bring over and we'll bring the two together. And the way that we bring the two together is they're still mostly solid. We just heat up the connecting points with this really hot handheld torch. Only the connecting points. And we could focus over on the left bench for now. So left bench, we're going through a pretty similar process as to what we did at the center bench. Continuing to make sure the walls of this bubble are super straight, making sure everything is stretched out pretty thin. And we did create that same, basically like this little ball on the end of this bubble. The only reason we create those is as a handle. So we grab onto that and then we can stretch and pull and push the glass around. So over on that left bench, we've taken the bubble and we've curved it basically just like this one at the center bench here. Also, I know some new groups have joined in here and there, so I do want to give just a brief reintroduction, make sure everyone's caught up to some extent as we finish this piece right here. So we have a visiting artist, Robert Lewis, in the hot shop today. He's actually the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. Everyone surrounding him is part of our hot shop team here at the museum, and they help visiting artists that come through. And he is inspired by natural phenomena. This piece in particular, he's exploring the kind of transitional spaces between objects. So he's going to bring these two bubbles of glass together, which are very much tube-shaped right now, but they are hollow all the way through. We'll bring them together and then pull them apart again. And that transitional space is going to be where those bubbles kind of stretch away from each other. We do have one of his pieces on display. It was that piece as you walked into the hot shop in that case. That's one example of his previously made works. So we have to superheat just the connecting point where the bubbles will come together. We're trying to leave everything else alone so that the entire thing isn't moving on us while we're trying to push and pull things apart. But this torch that we're using to heat up the sections of glass is the hottest item in the hot shop. Gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know a lot of you heard my description earlier, but the molten glass only gets up to 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's over double the heat of the lava-like glass. So we brought both the pieces to one bench, which is telling me we're going to bring them together pretty shortly here. So Robert lines them up. We have a pretty good view of this on the screen if you have a hard time seeing behind Robert. Now he's pulling the pieces away from each other. You can see as that glass stretches out. And again, there are multiple layers of color within this piece. I think the end goal is eventually they're going to cut it open to be able to view the cross section. And now they break one of the pipes away using some water at that connecting point, thermally shocking that connection and then tapping the pipe. So now we're left with our two pieces connected. There will probably be some light adjustments, but this is kind of the final look right here. Yeah, it's interesting to see how much it's evolved even since this morning. Like we only just started working on these this morning, all clear glass. This is the first colored glass one. And they're not even done. When they're done in the hot shop, they have to go through a cold working process where they cut and grind and polish away at the glass. So usually during full residencies like this, where they have like 3 to 5 days here at the museum, usually they will start setting finished pieces on the front tables right here. So you will end up seeing finished pieces, but the thing is they'll be finished in the hot shop, but not necessarily the actual final product. So. Oh, and you know something else that I'd like to point out for everyone? Again, this is the first day of the residency, so we're going to see tons of different projects, tons of different pieces. We have a live stream that you can join, and you can check in on what we're doing. You can watch any time that we're down on the hot shop floor, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have our live stream on our website and also on YouTube if you just look up Museum of Glass Tacoma. I heard them talking a few moments ago about how they had never seen something pull away like that. So I think they were talking about the color maybe stripped or pulled away as they pulled the pieces apart. So they're adding an extra dusting of color onto that section there, where we pulled the pieces away from each other. So we're getting pretty close to breaking this piece off and putting it away. We are using this handheld torch to fire polish the ends of the piece where we break the piece off of the pipe. And some of you joined in a little bit later, so you didn't know this, but we had two bubbles that we brought together on two different pipes, and then we broke one of the pipes away, leaving the two bubbles connected. So that's how we have this shape, and that's how we have the two ends here. And we're now fully breaking this piece off using a file dipped in water. We'll give the pipe a tap. And then we'll fire polish this end as well, making sure those cracks stay right where they were placed. And then we are done with this piece. And this is going inside of the annealer. This box sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit and slowly cools the piece down at least overnight, so about 12 hours. And that was our final piece before our lunch break. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work so far. Thank you, everyone. So we have a lot of different projects we'll see. And again, this is just the first day of the residency for our visiting artist, Robert Lewis, one in the cap there. So we will be back in about an hour. We'll see some brand new projects, and we'll see you at about maybe 2:10. And thanks for stopping by.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. and thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet. We only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're, you know, self-soothing, you know. So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got A lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month actually at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop.
Pulling?
Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Good.
Okay.
A little bit of everything?
Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup?
Yes.
Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glass making in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum. From developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful,
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Remy.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it?
It's sitting right now.
Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that, I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, you know, as an artist, it's just, you know, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, you know, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. You know, I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and you know, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the blue background, is that cane or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first thing I think type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper, so like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes, and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 20, 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's my, yeah, I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss. It's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too
is
thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah, 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just a,
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
if we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap. Jay.
Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like radicello, emerletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the radicello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I've started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation.
Hey everyone, welcome into the hot shop. I was just checking in a moment ago and seeing what we're going to get started on. So we have a visiting artist in the hot shop today, and it looks like you guys are all new faces, so I'll share right from the top. We have Robert Lewis in the hot shop. He's the one up in the front chatting with an audience member at the moment. And we are going to be working on some of his, specifically some pieces that he has designed, brought forward. Some of them are very experimental, like the ones we're seeing today are pretty experimental. He will also be working on a piece that's similar to something he's made in the past in the later portion of the day. Now, as for the one that we're going to see coming up pretty soon, we have these drawings that he was referencing earlier on the floor, drawn in chalk. And the idea is he wants to work on kind of focusing more on the transitional space between objects that are connected. So an example he brought up was the way the bow is connected to a ship and kind of that connection point in there. So we're going to be making two bubbles of glass and bringing them together and then pulling them apart. And that transitional space is going to be where the bubbles are kind of, you know, coming together and then being pulled apart again. And it's experimental. He wants to see the way the glass and the bubble inside of it are going to move when he does that. And the one that we're making now is going to have some color in it. We were mostly practicing with clear earlier, so we didn't waste any color as we were uncertain of the final product, but now we are all set to go and work with color. We're also going to see something really satisfying, which is cane pulling. So these long rods of colored glass down here, this is called cane. You can cut it up into these shorter segments and then lay it out on a tray and then roll it up on a glass bubble as one example, and that will give you striping on your piece. So this can be used for so many different details later on down the line. They did a little bit of that prep work earlier, and they're going to continue to in the second half of the day, meaning we're going to have both of our benches being used at the same time and two things going on at the same time. Oh yeah, I did want to point out that piece as you were coming into the hot shop in that case there, that is one of Robert Lewis's pieces, one of the pieces he's made in the past, and it's kind of similar to what we're going to be seeing after this piece right here apparently. So there are multiple ways to color the glass. The way that we colored the glass for this bubble at the center bench, which, yeah, this is going to be a bubble of glass, hollow, blown, is frit, F-R-I-T, those shards of colored glass in that tray. All we do is we take our clear molten glass and roll it through those shards, and the more layers of that we pick up, the less splotched or transparent it's going to be. It's going to appear more solid. And this is, of course, where we're getting our molten glass to begin with, that tank with the closed door that we're going inside of now. This is the glass furnace. It sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays on 24/7. We never turn it off, never turn it down. It's just filled with clear molten glass, maybe up to my hip inside of a ceramic crucible. And we will gather up layer upon layer of glass to make a bigger piece. No matter what, we can always only start with like maybe this much glass on the end of our pipe. So we have to build layers on top of each other. Oh yeah, and earlier I mentioned how we're going to be pulling some more cane, which are these sticks of glass here. So that's what Trent's working on over on the right side of the hot shop. He has a piece of glass that they prepared earlier, which is basically just one band or rod of color in the center of many layers of clear. And we're just continuing to build up those layers of clear, and then we'll stretch that out across the wooden ladders. So we have something called a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. So it is carved out of wood, like a cherry wood, and kept soaked in water. And we always use it after a fresh gather of clear glass, or if we have any sort of misshapenness to our glass, then we just round it back out using that tool. And we have a surprising amount of wooden tools in the hot shop. Like we have these wooden ladders, we have the block, we have these wooden paddles, corkwood paddles, newspaper, all of these things. It's really interesting because it is going to burn up and be used up over time. But sometimes we need a soft material. It's not going to gouge or scrape, or sometimes we need an insulating material to touch on the glass. So that's the colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. They're these shards of colored glass that we roll the clear glass inside of to get a layer of color. That's just one way that we color the glass, I will point out. And specifically, the different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass. So it is still glass itself, it's just got a little extra materials in it. And don't worry, you guys aren't missing out on anything. It's just a trough of water that we use as a pipe cooler. Yeah, it's if we're working with larger amounts of glass, that pipe does tend to get pretty warm, and we want good leverage against the glass. We want to get our hands as close as we can. So we'll use the pipe cooler, just set it in that trough of water. Yeah, I get this question a lot, and that's basically just about the difference between the benches or the differences between the places that we're heating up the glass, for example. So just to point out, we have 3 different places to heat up the glass and 3 different places to sit and work. Basically, they're just lined up with each other, and this is just so that we can work at those 3 different spots at the same time. They're not necessarily different temperatures or different tools or anything, though sometimes we set up our stations differently depending on what we need. But yeah, we just need 3 places to work at the moment. So 2 of the bubbles that we're working on right now, those are going to come together and create one larger piece. But this glass over here on the far right, I keep an eye on it because it looks like they're going to stretch it out soon. That's its own thing, and it's going to turn into the cane on the floor. So yeah, this second pipe we just prepared with a little bit of clear glass turned into a disc. We're going to attach that to the opposite end of that glass and then stretch it between the 2 pipes. This will definitely be one of the most satisfying things you'll see when it comes to glass. It's a lot like taffy pulling. Just stretch it slowly. So the plan with these, we have taken the bubbles and we've blown them out and turned them into these tubes essentially. And the last one we made, we took both of those and we curved them before attaching the two together. And again, the idea with these pieces in particular, we're going to attach them and then we're going to pull them away from each other again. And the idea is to get that transitional space where the bubbles are connected and pulled from each other, kind of like this drawing right here on the floor. This is the one that our visiting artist has kind of motioned to whenever anyone asks about it. So yeah, keep in mind these are hollow all the way through still. The walls are pretty thick though. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. I want to catch you all up and let you know who's here and what's going on. So we have a visiting artist today. His name is Robert Lewis, and he's the one who's been working at the center bench right here. He has this long bubble of glass on the end of the pipe at the moment. And the rest of the people on the floor are our hot shop team that works here at the museum. They help all the visiting artists that come through. And we're just about to see them bring two pieces of glass together for a more experimental piece that Robert has designed. And these drawings on the floor are kind of the ideas behind it, the transitional space between two objects that are connected. So we're going to heat up these two bubbles just where we're going to connect them. We'll bring them together and then pull them apart just enough that we have that transitional space. And could we have his slideshow up on the screen, please? So I want to make sure everyone has a chance to see this short slideshow, just get an idea of what our visiting artist has created in the past. This one is actually on display right now at the entrance of the hot shop. So if you want to see some of his work up close, we have that one on display. So at this point, to get ready to attach the two bubbles together, at both benches we're using these small handheld torches, which, by the way, get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm told. So this makes them the hottest item in the hot shop. They're running off of propane and oxygen, creating this focused hot flame. We heat this area up, just this small section of glass at a time, and then we'll attach our two bubbles together. So now we bring both of our bubbles to the center bench. And the reason we created those balls of glass on the end of the tubes is so that we could use them as handles as we go ahead and attach the two together and then pull them apart. And could we have a view of the center bench possibly? Thank you. So after we get those two connected, we break one of those pipes away using just a little bit of water to thermally shock the glass. We'll do that same thing at the very end when we break the entire piece off. So from here, it'll be light adjustments, a little bit of flame polishing. So once we're happy with those adjustments, we start getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. We'll usually torch the glass that's connecting the piece and the pipe together till we see some movement in that connection. Then we can go ahead and apply some water to break the piece off, just like we did not too long ago. And I did want to mention again, we're going to be working on a new project after this piece is broken off of the pipe. So far today, we've been working towards this one piece right here, and the one piece we finished just before we had our lunch break, pretty similar to this one. But after this piece, we're going to be working with much more blown forms, kind of, again, like that piece you see in the entrance of the hot shop. So using a file dipped in water, we apply that to the glass. And then with the tap of the pipe, that piece is popped off. We'll flame polish this side as well. And then this goes inside of the annealer, which is that large black box over on the left wall, to slowly cool down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So into that box it goes. We won't see it again until tomorrow. So something that's cool to point out with that piece we just finished, the piece that we put away is not the final product. It has to go through a process called cold working, where we cut and grind and polish away at the glass. And I think with those pieces in particular, they're going to be cut so you can see the cross section of them. That's the way it seemed to be described to me earlier. So just a quick reintroduction for those who may have joined a little bit more recently and didn't hear the beginning. We have a visiting artist in the hot shop today, Robert Lewis, and he is the one right here at the center of the hot shop. Everyone else is working as a part of our resident team. They work here full time and they help visiting artists that come through. And we're specifically seeing a pretty big variety of pieces made throughout the entire residency. This runs all the way through Sunday. The pieces we've been working on so far today are pretty experimental, the one that we just finished. But we're seeing something that is much like the one in the entrance of the hot shop made next. I assume different color scheme, and he said also a little bit of a different shape. So we'll see how this comes together. And this means that we're probably going to see a lot of glass blowing for the rest of the day. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. So I was just checking in on what our next steps are going to be and what this is going to look like. We are actually going to continue on that same project that we just did. After all, we're going to be working with the glass in a pretty different way though. We're going to be changing up the shape to make the tubes a little bit shorter and wider, and we are also going to be gathering clear glass fresh from the furnace and then putting the pieces together while that glass is fresh hot on the outside. And for those who just joined in, I know you didn't see the last piece, so I'll just kind of give a general overview as to who we have here, and then I'll describe the project a little bit. But we have Robert Lewis in the hot shop. He's the one who's standing closest to us here in the center of the hot shop. Everyone else is working for the museum. They help visiting artists that come through, among many other things. And yeah, we've been seeing mostly this experimental project of Robert's, which is basically the transitional space between two objects that are connected. And an example he brought up that I keep mentioning is like the bow of a ship, kind of that transition space in between the two. And we have these drawings over on the floor here. I know it might be hard for you guys to see all the way over there, but this one closest to the front is what I keep referencing. So we basically create these bubbles of glass. We attach the bubbles together, and they have really thick walls. So once we attach them, we immediately start pulling them away, and then they stretch and kind of create these interesting shapes in that transitional space. So far, we are just working with clear glass, but we are eventually going to be adding a layer of black color within the walls of the piece, kind of close to the surface. Good question. So I'll talk about the hot shop in general, because I don't think any of you have had the general overview of the hot shop yet. So the place that I always like to start is by talking about the furnace, the tank with the closed door in the back there. That's where we're getting all of our molten glass to begin with. We have a diagram for it up here. It sits at a pretty consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays on 24/7 so that the glass is always the same consistency and temperature. And we use it by just sticking the end of our heated pipe into the molten glass and then twisting it. And a lot like honey, it just picks up a ball on the end. So that's how all of our projects start, is just with that pool of molten glass, specifically clear glass. And then we have these open face furnaces at every bench, running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And we have 3 of them on at the moment, just because we need to work at 3 different places at the same time, but they're not necessarily different from each other. Well, not drastically different. I'm sure they'll be a little bit different. And yeah, I'll point out other equipment as we go, like these torches here. We are not using them quite yet, but we use them to heat up sections of the glass at a time. So again, this one's different from the previous ones. Same idea where we're bringing the two blown bubbles together and then pulling them apart. But this time we are going to be freshly dipping the two bubbles in a layer of clear molten glass from our furnace, and then we'll bring the two together while that glass is still hot on the surface of the piece. So we'll see how this changes the effects. So again, once we had those bubbles connected, we were able to break one of the pipes away, and we just are left with our pieces assembled on one pipe. And again, this is pretty experimental. They haven't tried this technique specifically at all yet until this moment, so it's kind of cool to watch them figure it out in the moment, how they needed to pull the pipes away from each other. And I always recommend looking up the artist to find their websites and their social medias if you can. And when it comes to the Museum of Glass, sometimes we'll post pictures of things that are in process or finished, but the way that you will be more likely to find finished products is by, looking up Robert's social media, which is at Bert O. Lewis. Thank you. So it looks like we are done with this piece. We're getting ready to break it off and put it away. So we're torching that glass connecting the piece and the pipe together. And then we will apply some water, knock it off. Sarah's getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves and this protective face shield and everything so that she can actually pick up the piece off the end of the pipe. We always break our pieces off at the bench so that way we can torch them and we can look at them a little bit before we put them away inside of the annealer. Which the annealer is that large black box over on the left wall. It sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we load our finished pieces inside of it to eventually let them cool down overnight. So now we use a file dipped in water. We apply that water to our connecting point. forming those cracks. Then with just the tap of the pipe, we've knocked it off. And we're finished with another piece. Thank you, everyone. So yeah, we did just a quick flame polish, and we're bringing it over to the annealer to slowly cool down overnight. We have at least a few other pieces in there. I think that's our 4th piece of the day that we've put away and finished. And I was pointing this out to some people earlier, but a lot of these pieces are going to have to go through a heavy amount of cold working. We have a cold shop in the Museum of Glass, which has a lot of basically like woodworking equipment, except diamond grit, lots of flowing water. So we'll cut and grind and polish away at the glass to finish it off. So just to give a general overview, just in case I've missed anyone new coming in, we have a visiting artist, Robert Lewis, and he's just walked off for a moment. I'm sure he and the rest of the team will be back pretty soon to finish this next piece, which we're getting started on now. And I'm assuming this is going to be like the last piece we worked on, just based off the fact that we have two bubbles and we're forming them pretty much the same way, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. Today's definitely an experimentation day, so we've been practicing all sorts of techniques of bringing these two bubbles together. So now we're moving on to an important step, which is jacklining the glass. The jackline is that divot that we just squeezed in using the jacks, those two metal blades. Basically just creating a purposeful weak point. We'll eventually break the piece off from there. So we're at that point where we're ready to bring the bubbles together. The idea was that we let those bubbles cool down a decent amount, and then we got a fresh gather of clear, so that basically just the surface was superheated. And then when we bring the two of them together, we're able to pull them apart right away again, and that creates that transitional space, that stretched out space between the two bubbles. It looks like it's working pretty well this time. So after pulling this into its final position, it's looking like this is pretty much the final product right here. We are just letting the entire thing cool down. It was really hot when we got that fresh, clear gather. But while we let the piece cool down, we have to keep the cold areas warm. So we're using this fluffy torch we're pinpointing heat to the areas that are a little bit colder, so the fine point and where the pipe is attached to the piece. And once that has finished cooling, we'll apply some water with a file, tap the pipe, and off pops that piece. And then if you haven't seen this already, we put the finished pieces inside of the annealer, which is this large black box over on the left wall. This holds it at a steady temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and then slowly brings that down through careful programming. So about 12 hours of cooling. Hey, and welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. We're going to be working on some experimental pieces in the Hot Shop. We already have made quite a few of these pieces in particular, which our inspiration is drawn on the floor right in front of you guys in chalk. We're basically creating these bubbles of glass, connecting them, and then immediately pulling them away so that there's this stretch and kind of a transition space. And this is designed by our visiting artist, Robert Lewis, who's actually up in the front talking to a crowd member right at this moment. And he's visiting for a full week residency, so he'll be here all the way through Sunday. So this is all just clear glass that we're working with right here. Whenever we get fresh glass, we sit down and we use a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool we use for just a moment before expanding the bubble by blowing. And we want to turn these into essentially these tubes of blown glass, so we'll stretch it out, just hang it down towards the floor and using gravity. And then using that pad of newspaper, we just lengthen the shape a little bit further, creating a perfect cylinder. And we'll soon make something called a jack line. So we're preparing specifically the area near the pipe, applying extra heat, and then we'll squeeze a line into that section of the glass. So using the jacks, these two middle blades, we're squeezing down into the bubble right off the end of the pipe. So this is basically a purposeful weak point that we're creating. We'll eventually break the piece off from there. Yeah, and this is a pipe cooler that we're using, so just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. I know it's just out of sight. So now we have better leverage. We can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass. Yeah, we want to make sure that that glass isn't cooling down so much that it can crack. So we're using that small handheld torch and we're just heating up the area that is coldest, which is the glass that's connected to the pipe. And we're going to gather over top of this one more time. Same with both of the bubbles. And then this is when we bring them together and pull them apart. So now we bring those two bubbles together. And this is why Robert put on those gloves. So this time he's able to really get close to that glass as he's pushing the two bubbles apart. And then this piece eventually, once we're done with it in the hot shop and it's cooled down overnight, it's cut into, ground down, and polished so that we see the cross section of the two bubbles together, just like that chalk drawing on the floor. So it looks like we're torching the seam of where these two bubbles are connected to make sure everything is smoothed out as much as possible. We're also torching any areas that we feel like are cooling down too quickly. And then overall, we give the entire thing a flash, which is just this brief heating that we're doing right now, making sure everything is staying at least at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it drops too far below that temperature, then we risk thermal shock, which can crack the piece. And I know 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit sounds pretty hot. So if you didn't know already, the molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit.